Chapter 1924, Phoenix Tattered King River. Fang Shi had a nice idea, but the process of refining the fairy cloud was very complicated, and she didn't finish the melon even after eating it for the whole afternoon. Those weapon refiners did not directly throw the ice soul cold light silk into the weapon refining furnace, but threw it in the shape of a bird's nest. I don't know whether it was woven or refined in advance. In addition, there are also array patterns on the bird's nest, which are even more complicated than those on the array plate. Although Fang Shi had good eyesight, she couldn't see the whole thing because the bird's nest was taken out and thrown into the alchemy furnace. However, she had almost learned the process behind throwing the bird's nest into the alchemy furnace. It seems I have to find a chance to see what the bird's nest is all about. Her attention was completely focused on stealing knowledge, and by the time she remembered the 9 arms in the alchemy furnace, they had all turned into sauce. Fang Shi. Ju Tiao turned into a cake. I'm guilty. I'm sorry, Juzhou. She quickly flipped through the book to find information on forging and shaping, and discovered that it required a special hammer and anvil. Fang Shi couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there are so few weapon refiners, it's too expensive. It's better to make talismans. As long as you have talisman paper and ink, you can pick up a pen and draw. I don't know if I can borrow a hammer from someone. The old nitpicker immediately scoffed at her idea. What's the difference between borrowing a hammer from someone and borrowing a kitchen knife from the chef? I'd be surprised if they would lend it to you. Fang Shi also felt that it was difficult enough. If he can borrow it, then he might as well buy it. So she went over to the weapon refiner and bought the scrapped hammer. Because the scrapped hammer could not be sold at a high price, and Fang Shi was sweet-talking, he ended up spending 800 spread stones to buy a scrapped hammer. When she was thinking about what to do next, a weapon refiner looked at her expectantly. Fellow Taoist, do you need any other scrap tools? Fang Shi, what do you have? The sprit anvil, chisel, and carving knife are all damaged, but they can still be used. What do you think? Okay. How much is it? Take it out and let me see it. Before an agreement was reached, another weapon refiner came over and asked Fang Shi. I also have refining tools and materials here, how about it? Fang Shi, yes. Soon, a group of weapon refiners gathered around Fang Shi, vying to sell their scrap products. The reason why they were so enthusiastic was that they found that the price Fang Shi offered was at least 20% higher than the sect's recycling price. This little girl must not know the value of the goods, so she volunteered to be a sucker. With the idea that it would be foolish not to take advantage of a good deal, they wanted to sell all the junk in the storage ring to Fang Shi. Fang Shi accepts everything that comes to her, as long as it is related to refining equipment, she will accept it. But when collecting it, they would always ask a few questions, such as what spiritual weapon this material was used to refine, why it was scrapped. She asked naturally, and since the weapon refiners were eager to make money, they answered almost every question. Fang Shi immediately obtained a lot of knowledge about refining equipment, but unfortunately, there was no scrap related to Fairy Cloud. She guessed that the materials for the Fairy Cloud were all provided by the forging hall, and even if they were scrapped, they would be recycled. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a dedicated warehouse to store those abandoned Fairy Clouds. Just when she was feeling a little regretful, a weapon refiner took out a ball of icy cold light. However, these ice soul cold light threads are obviously different from those Fang Shi had disassembled before. The ones he disassembled were white and hard, while these ones are black and soft. Fang Shi said a little embarrassedly. Excuse me, but the ice soul cold light silk I disassembled earlier is not the same as yours. Also, does this ice soul cold light silk belong to the forging hall? Can it be bought and sold casually? I'm timid and I'm afraid of corruption lawsuits. The weapon refiner smiled and said, you are quite cautious, little girl. Don't worry, this ball of icy cold light has already passed through the clear path, and no one will pursue it. As for the fact that it is different from what you disassembled, this is also normal. After all, the ice soul cold light silk needs to be soaked in the ink-quenching cotton juice in advance and can only be woven after it becomes soft. These are the softened ice soul cold light silk threads, but something went wrong while soaking, so they can no longer be used for weaving. Fang Shi suddenly realized. Although she still wanted to inquire about the subsequent procedures, she had to give up the idea in order not to arouse the other party's suspicion. She began to bargain with the other party and finally bought it for 5,000 sprit stones. The weapon refiner was secretly delighted. This kind of wasted ice soul cold light silk was almost useless. He had thought it would just rot in his hands, but he didn't expect it to be sold for a high price. This Lu Yi is really an old-fashioned guy who knows nothing. How could he know that Fang Shi felt that the information he got from him was worth 50,000 sprit stones, not to mention 5,000? She decided to vigorously develop the waste collection business in the future. In the Hanging City, she became the #1 by collecting garbage, and in the Tiank League, she wanted to make a name for herself by collecting waste. After collecting the scrap, Fang Junk King she also did some advertising and asked them to help promote it. In the future, anyone who wants to sell scrap can come to her. She doesn't limit herself to anything related to refining, as long as it's junk she'll take it all. She happily returned to the refining furnace, looked at the source inside, and began to mix it with mud. There is no other way. I have no choice but to make it myself since I don't have a mold. It is too troublesome to forge with other materials, so it is simpler to use clay. Fang Shi made a mold out of mud and calcined it with spiritual fire, and then poured the source in the refining furnace into the mold. After using magic to speed up the cooling process, I placed it on the workbench and started banging it around. She was typing while flipping through the book, focusing on solving problems as they arose. After she finished knocking, she discovered a problem. All of it, right arm. I had no choice but to throw 4 of the arms back into the refining furnace. Fang Shi didn't sleep all night, but she still couldn't refine the 9 arms into the shape she wanted. She did not doubt her own refining skills, but felt that the disciple was right and there must be something special about this refining furnace. She decided to change the refining furnace when she came in the afternoon. When I came back from get out of class, I found that only the refining furnace was idle. She had to make do. She decided to strictly follow the process this time. She first threw the 9 arms into the refining furnace to refine them into juice. After they solidified, she swung the hammer and beat them. Because she didn't sleep the whole night before, she dozed off while pounding. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Venerable Duan, who was passing by. Duan Zun was stunned when he saw Feng Shi. Wasn't this little girl dismantling the abandoned fairy cloud? Why was she here hammering materials? Just when he was about to ask what was going on, he was stunned. Even though Feng Shi was yawning and closing his eyes from time to time, the hammer's landing point and force were still so precise. This is a level that only a 5-hardening weapon master can achieve. Could it be that this little girl is a weapon refiner, and quite skilled at it? He had been watching from the side, and only after Feng Shi finished beating him did he ask. Lu Yi, why are you here? Feng Shi quickly put down the hammer and came over to salute. I wanted to refine a few spiritual weapons, so I asked Venerable Xuanyuan to borrow the refining furnace. He probably agreed out of pity for me. Venerable Duan. Xuanyuan Jin's heart is harder than a hammer, how can he pity you? You come to refine the equipment, who will do the disassembly work? Feng Shi, Reverend Xuanyuan. Venerable Duan. It's against Tiangang. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1925. I have tried my best to hide my shortcomings, so why do I stand out in the crowd again? Although Venerable Duan felt that Feng Zai's words were outrageous, he also knew that she would not dare to tell such a huge lie. There must be something going on here. He didn't bother to question Feng Shi and ran to find Venerable Xuanyuan. Venerable Xuanyuan is currently drawing a sketch of a puppet. He felt that although puppet Jujo was good, there was still a lot that could be improved. He did not make this matter public, firstly because he had not yet figured out the reason, and secondly because he did not want to be taken advantage of by others. This is a huge achievement, so naturally I don't want others to have a share of it. He was painting when he heard the loud voice of Master Duan. Brother Xuanyuan, what are you busy with? Reverend Xuanyuan quickly put away the drawings and opened the door. After entering, Venerable Duan glanced around, then stared at Venerable Xuanyuan and asked. I just saw Lu Yi at the small refining square. Shouldn't the little girl be dismantling the abandoned fairy cloud in the west warehouse? Why would she be refining there? When Venerable Xuanyuan was about to make up a lie, Venerable Duan said. I just went to the west warehouse and looked around, but there was no one there. What's the secret behind this? Xuanyuan Zun coughed and said, I think it's too tiring for the fellow practitioners who are competing for the position to attend classes and dismantle the fairy cloud at the same time, so I'll let them rest for a few days before coming back. As for Lu Yi, she wanted to refine a few spiritual weapons, so she asked to borrow my refining furnace. Seeing that she had some spiritual talent for refining, I agreed. Venerable Duan said with a sigh. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Although I'm not very smart, based on my understanding of you, your heart is as hard as a stone in a pit. You can let them rest for a few days before coming back. And you can let Lu Yi use the refining furnace for free. You are a liar. Say. What exactly is going on? Even if you don't tell me, I can still find out by asking Lu Yi. Reverend Xuanyuan's face darkened. What kind of metaphor is that? However, he also knew that he could not hide it anymore. Moreover, he was still unsure about several points in the blueprint, so it was a good opportunity for him to ask Venerable Duan to help him with some advice. So, he told the story again. Venerable Duan's eyes were as big as copper bells. Are you serious? No wonder the little girl Lu Yi's fighting skills are so high. It turns out she can even transform puppets. Take out the blueprint so I can take a look. After Venerable Xuanyuan took out the blueprint, the two began to discuss. The discussion was quite harmonious at the beginning, but later it turned into an argument due to differences in opinions. Neither of them could win the argument, and finally Venerable Duan said. I'll go call the little girl Lu Yi over and compare it with her 9 puppets to see who's right. Before Venerable Xuanyuan could stop him, Venerable Duan ran out in a hurry. Not long after running out, I saw black smoke billowing from the small refining square, mixed with screams. He was startled and quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. In the black smoke, he saw 2 rows of small white teeth. Teeth become spirits. Looking closely, it was Lu Yi. Her face was completely black now, only her teeth were white. The black smoke was coming out of her refining furnace, and it was still drifting out continuously. He immediately performed a few magic spells and the black smoke dissipated. He asked with a fierce face, what's going on? Feng Shi blushed. But at this moment, the little face was so dark that it was hard to tell whether it was red or not. When I was refining the material just now, I added some soft spike stone to increase its flexibility, but it turned out to be black smoke. It's all my fault for not being skilled enough and causing trouble for everyone. Venerable Duan frowned. What is your original material? Blue-veined black iron. Duan Zun was puzzled. There's nothing wrong with putting these 2 materials together, so why is there black smoke? Feng Shi nodded like a chick. I think it's fine too. I just don't know why the black smoke is coming out. Duan Zun was puzzled and said, open the lid of the refining furnace and let me take a look. Feng Shi did as he was told immediately. As soon as I opened the lid, another puff of black smoke came out. Venerable Duan made a few more hand gestures before looking into the refining furnace, and then stood there in a daze. Feng Shi thought, if there's black smoke, it must be burnt. What's the big deal? She also stood on tiptoe and looked inside. There was no way, the refining furnace was too high, and she had to stand on tiptoe to see what was inside. When she saw the situation inside the refining furnace, she was also stunned. Not only did it not fail, but it seemed to be successful. Still very successful. 9 dark green puppet arms were suspended in the refining furnace, with dark silver patterns on their surface. When Feng Shi was stunned, Jiting's scream came from his sea of consciousness. General Feng, this silver dark pattern means that you have refined an earth-grade spiritual weapon. Feng Shi, I just refined it casually and I refined an earth-level spiritual weapon. Is that possible? No way, am I really that good? I've tried so hard to hide my shortcomings, how come I stand out among the crowd? Ugh. It's so hard for me to keep a low profile. Zhu Shihuan, I don't want to listen anymore. Commander Lu, +1. After a moment of dead silence, Venerable Duan grabbed Feng Shi's collar. You, tell me quickly, how did you make it? Feng Shi, please let me go first, I can't breathe. She seemed to understand a little bit how Cao Xiao felt when his neck was being strangled. Venerable Duan quickly let go and scratched his head. I'm just too anxious, tell me quickly. Feng Shi took 2 steps back before saying. Like I told you, I added some soft spike stone to increase its flexibility, and that's it. Impossible, think about it, you must have done something else. Feng Shi slapped his forehead and said, oh, right, I also drew some random patterns on my arm. Duan Zunj, just randomly draw some array patterns. What array patterns did you draw? Feng Shi took out a book from the storage ring and flipped through a few pages. That's it, it says this array pattern has the effect of strengthening and speeding up, so I drew it. The first one was a little choppy, but the rest got much better. Venerable Duan stared at the array pattern in the book and didn't say anything for a long time. Feng Shi wondered if Venerable Duan had been driven silly by the black smoke. Is there anything special about this formation? Venerable Xuanyuan also read this book before, but didn't say anything. She was also inspired by seeing other weapon refiners drawing array patterns on the bird's nest, and thought that she could also try drawing array patterns on the puppet's arms. So, I just picked one at random and painted it. Zhu Shihuan gritted his teeth and said, this has become an Earth-grade spiritual weapon. How can this formation be simple? I think you are just pretending to be ignorant. Feng Shi chuckled, I feel a little embarrassed when you praise me like that. Blood-devouring world. Chapter 1926 I'm going to embroider a grocery store on my clothes. Zhu Shihuan is at a loss for words. He thought he was very thick-skinned, but he had to admit defeat in front of his granddaughter Feng Shi. Snort. Didn't he just refine an Earth-grade spiritual weapon with a casual refining? What's so great about that? If he hadn't arrived early, the first thing he would have used would be a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon. Correct. That's it. Not only was he at a loss for words, but Venerable Duan was also at a loss for words. This is the Panliu spiritual mark, a pattern that can only be successfully engraved by a 7-hammer refiner. Did you just draw it casually? He had previously thought that she was a 5-hammer weapon refiner, but it seemed that he had underestimated her. A small competitor and fellow cultivator is actually a 7th-hammer refiner. This is too unbelievable. But he was still a little puzzled. Even if she was a 7-hammer weapon refiner, it would be impossible for her to refine an Earth-level spiritual weapon so easily, not to mention that these arms were just part of the puppet. Not to mention a 7-hammer weapon refiner, even a 9-hammer weapon refiner can't do it. If Earth-grade spiritual weapons were so easy to refine, they wouldn't be so valuable. While he was full of questions, Feng Shi had already taken the 9 arms out of the refining furnace and put them back on. Suddenly the old look is replaced by a new one. It changed from 9 grey stripes to 9 partially grey stripes. Feng Shi felt that she should re-refine the other parts of Ju Tiao, but considering the workload and her actual refining level, she gave up the idea. Just make do with it for now. Just when she was about to test whether Ju Tiao's new arm was useful, Duan Zunzun said anxiously. You come with me. Feng Shi had no choice but to put the 9 things into the storage ring and followed Venerable Duan happily. Venerable Duan brought Feng Shi to see Venerable Xuanyuan. Venerable Xuanyuan actually didn't want Venerable Duan to call Feng Shi over. The two venerables hadn't even come to a conclusion on the issue, so why would you call a little girl over? As for what Venerable Duan said about Feng Shi's high level of martial arts, he didn't take it to heart at all. So, when Venerable Duan and Feng Shi came in, Venerable Xuanyuan was still sitting there calmly. Venerable Duan didn't notice that he was pretending at all, and urged Feng Shi. Quickly take out your puppet and let him open his eyes. Xuanyuan Zun was speechless. It's not like I haven't seen Lu Yi's puppets before. What's so eye-opening about this? Fuss. Just as he was complaining in his heart, his eyes fell on Ju Tiao's arm and he stood up suddenly. Because I got up too quickly, I even knocked over the chair. However, he didn't care about these things and flashed to Ju Tiao's side. What's wrong with its arm? Did you, old Duan, modify it? Can you refine an Earth-grade spiritual weapon now? Duan Zunzun, what do you mean by that? I'm an 8-hammers weapon refiner. After all, I have refined 2 Earth-grade spiritual weapons. Even though I collaborated with others to create this, I also have a share of the credit, okay. Feng Shi thought, the 8-hammer weapon refiner had to cooperate with others to refine an Earth-grade spiritual weapon, so wouldn't she be more powerful than the 8-hammer weapon refiner? She couldn't help but look at the hem of her clothes. It seemed that she really had to embroider it all over in the future. Alchemy cauldron, beast head, formation plate, book, hammer. Be nice. I'm going to embroider a grocery store on my clothes. While she was lost in thought, Venerable Duan told Venerable Xuanyuan what had happened, and then he started to yell. Let's not even talk about why she was able to draw the Panliu spiritual traces that only a 7-hammer weapon refiner could draw. Even a 7-hammer weapon refiner can refine an Earth-grade spiritual weapon. I really can't figure it out. You have so many tricks up your sleeve. Think about it. Venerable Xuanyuan was too lazy to argue with him about the wording at this moment, so he asked Feng Shi to repeat the refining process. Feng Shi told everything. To be honest, she was also very curious. Was it because her strength was too strong or was there another reason? Venerable Xuanyuan thought for a moment, then asked Feng Shi to remove one of the 9 arms and examine it carefully. After a while, I couldn't help but sigh. It's time, fate, and luck. This little girl deserves to get such a great deal. Venerable Duan was confused and said impatiently. It's already this late, stop using such nonsense, what's going on? Venerable Xuanyuan handed the arm to Venerable Duan. Use your spiritual sense to take a closer look. Although Venerable Duan didn't understand why, he still did as he was told. In a moment, his eyes widened. How did this blue-veined black iron turn into blue-gang black iron? He looked at Fengshi. Are you lying to me? Before Fengshi could speak, he shook his head. No, the rest of this puppet is made of blue-veined black iron. How could these 9 arms be made of blue-veined black iron? Besides, the production of King Gang Shuanti is extremely rare. Only 9 hammers refiners can synthesize and forge it. Who would be willing to use it on a puppet? Damn it. What a hell. Reverend Xuanyuan shook his head and said, it's not a ghost, it's just a coincidence. This puppet had previously dismantled 8 abandoned fairy clouds. During the dismantling process, it had no spiritual protection, and the tiny fragments of the ice-soul cold light silk pierced into its arms. If it were just this, it wouldn't have had much impact, but Lu Yi threw it into the refining furnace and turned it into molten iron. After cooling, it is hammered for a long time, which only makes the material stronger. However, coincidentally, she added soft spike stone to enhance its flexibility. Even at this point, if the refining was carried out step by step, nothing else would happen. But she also carved the Panliu Lingji pattern on it. Under this series of effects, the King Vein Black Iron transformed into King Gang Black Iron. This is also why these 9 arms can become Earth-level spiritual weapons. The materials are so good. It can even be said to be a waste of natural resources. Duan Zun finally understood. That's what I was saying. How could a little girl like her easily refine an Earth-grade spiritual weapon? Turns out she sprained her back from farting. What a coincidence. Feng Shi. The words may be rough, but the logic is there. Although she is narcissistic, she is also self-aware. She hadn't put much effort into refining equipment, and her level was indeed not that high. As Venerable Duan was sighing, a hint of joy flashed in Venerable Xuanyuan's eyes. In the past, only a very few people were able to synthesize and forge King Gang Xuan Iron. Now that Lu Yi had set a precedent, perhaps he could also forge King Gang Xuan Iron by imitating her. Just as he was thinking about it, Duan Zun asked suspiciously, what beautiful things are you thinking about? Reverend Xuanyuan. You say that old Duan is stupid, but sometimes he is smarter than a monkey. He knew he couldn't hide it, so he expressed his thoughts. Venerable Duan immediately said excitedly. So what are you waiting for? Try it now. These venerables all had their own refining furnaces, so there was no need to queue up in the small refining square. They started tinkering with them immediately. Feng Shi stood aside, yawning and learning openly. She also sighed with Ji Ting. These people in Changdao Hall are very sharing-minded. They're not even wary of me. Ji Ting. It's not that they're not on guard against you, the key is that the threshold for refining equipment is higher than making talismans and pills. Let alone watching from the side, you may not be able to learn even if you were taught step by step. So there is no need to guard against outsiders like you would guard against thieves. At this time, Feng Shi received a message from Fan Lizzie. Captain, aren't you going back to the island today? We can't live without you. Feng Shi. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1927I, the Lord of the Second Realm, can't afford to lose that person. Fan Lizzie and the others really missed Feng Shi. The reason is very simple. Without Feng Shi to give them special lessons, they can only stay up late for the past 2 days to discuss what the Slayer said during the day. Poor thing, he hasn't slept for 2 days. After Feng Shi found out the truth, he did not return to the island, because it was almost midnight after all this trouble. She sent her learning experience of independent thinking to Fan Lizzie, so that the 4 of them could learn from it. In fact, Fan Lizzie's message also had this purpose, but he just played the emotional card first. After Feng Shi sent his learning experience, he decided to take a nap. She was very tired from refining weapons these past 2 days, especially swinging the sledgehammer. Seeing that Venerable Duan and Venerable Xuanyuan were busy, she did not disturb them. She found a corner, took out a small wooden bed and a small floral quilt, and fell asleep. I slept until dawn. She was just stretching when she heard Venerable Duan cursing. Damn it, my steps were exactly the same as that little girl's, so why did it fail? What went wrong? Venerable Xuanyuan was also puzzled. Seeing that Feng Shi had woken up, he asked her to tell him what had happened again. Feng Shi had no choice but to say it again. Venerable Duan pounded his head in frustration. It's obviously the same, why can she succeed but we can't? Is it because we are too useless? Reverend Xuanyuan, just talk about yourself, then bring me into the conversation. Venerable Duan became more and more irritated as he spoke, and accidentally bit his tongue. This makes me even more angry. Damn it, when you're down on your luck, even drinking cold water can get stuck in your teeth. At this point, he was stunned. Tooth. He suddenly remembered that when he went to find Lu Yi before, black smoke came out of the refining furnace, and her little white teeth looked like they had become sprits. His eyes suddenly widened. Black smoke. Yes, black smoke. What's with your black smoke? Feng Shi was stunned for a moment, then said. After I threw the 9 arms with the engraved array patterns into the alchemy furnace, black smoke started to emerge about a quarter of an hour later. I thought the fire was too high, so I turned down the spiritual fire a little, but black smoke still kept coming out. In the end, I had no choice but to turn off the spiritual fire, and you know what happened next. Venerable Duan and Venerable Xuanyuan looked at each other. Could it be that they didn't use enough heat? The two decided to try again. After Feng Shi greeted them, he rushed to Daoxuan Hall for class. After class, Master Fang, who had not shown up for 2 days, called him over. Feng Shi could guess from the smugness that flashed in his eyes that he was definitely up to no good. The cloud miasma flowers in the rotten bone swamp are blooming. You are to pick 5 flowers every day. If you fail to complete the task, not only will your training be suspended, but you will also be whipped. The whips used for flogging are specially made. 1 lash can tear your skin and flesh apart, leaving you in excruciating pain. Venerable Fang wished he could go to the next morning immediately, because he was sure that Feng Shi and the others would not be able to pick 5 cloud miasma flowers. This time it will definitely be foolproof. It's not that he wants to take revenge, but he wants to establish his dignity as a respected ruler. If he lets a few competing fellow practitioners step on his head, how will he survive in the future? Fang Shi and the others naturally didn't know this, and immediately rushed to the Rotten Bone Swamp according to the map. Fan Lizzie grumbled as he hurried on his way. We have to cross a mountain to reach the Rotten Bone Swamp, and the journey alone will take more than an hour. If we don't do anything else, it will take half a day to go back and forth. I think we'll be lucky if we can get back to Kingshan Island by midnight. Cao Xiao sighed. Logically, we should have been assigned a fairy cloud for such a long journey. He clearly wants to punish us. Only Zhang Wen's focus is rather unique. I guess the smell of the Rotten Bone Swamp must be very strong. Otherwise, even though this mountain has relatively richer spiritual energy, the Changdao Temple chose to establish itself on the mountain in front. Fang Shi burst into laughter. Brother, listen to the name, Rotten Bone Swamp. It would be strange if it tasted good. This swamp is probably not only poisonous but also easy to get lost in, so everyone please be careful. Fang Shi said this and asked Ji Ting, don't you have anything to say? Ji Ting, General Fang, I know very little about Changdao Palace. I didn't even know there was a swamp here. Fang Shi looked sympathetic and said, you've been through a really miserable time. No wonder protectors are banished you to the Nine Nether Continent. Ji Ting. At this time, Commander Lu said, I know a little about the Rotten Bone Swamp. It's a very dangerous place. In addition to the poisonous gas and the risk of getting lost, one can be swallowed by the mud and suffocate to death if one is not careful. Not to mention that it is full of demonic plants and demonic beasts. These demonic plants and beasts are species unique to the swamp, and ordinary magical attacks may not be effective. The cloud miasma flowers that Master Fang mentioned grow on the edge of the swamp and are relatively less dangerous. I guess he just wants to torment you, not kill you. Fang Shi also felt that Master Fang was not stupid enough to want to kill the five of them, he just wanted to vent his anger. As they were talking, the five people smelled a foul odor and saw a swamp in the distance. The swamp was grey, without a trace of green. It's a bit creepy to look at. The five people became more vigilant and walked to the edge of the swamp. Fan Lizzie immediately started cursing. Zhen's Fang is playing tricks on us. These cloud miasma flowers haven't even budded yet, let alone bloomed. Where can we get 5 blooming cloud miasma flowers? Even the usually steady Zheng Qinghai couldn't help but grit his teeth. Master Fang's move is too cruel. It seems we can't escape the flogging tomorrow. Mu Jian's boastful voice echoed within Feng Zai's consciousness. Master, I know the answer to this question. Dig up that flower and plant it in the green soil. It will surely bloom. Fang Shi didn't want to use this method because he didn't want to expose Jingrang. But how can we complete the task without Jingrang? When Fang Shi was feeling worried, she suddenly saw a small patch of light yellow in the distance. The flowers of the cloud miasma are light yellow. Fang Shi looked carefully and was immediately delighted. It turned out to be the Yunzhen flower. Commander Lu immediately poured cold water on her. That place is close to the core of the Rotten Bone Swamp. There must be high-level monsters and plants there. It's not worth it just for a few flowers. If you don't want to expose the green soil, then be whipped. If you can endure the pain of being struck by lightning, the pain of being whipped is nothing to you. Fang Shi said calmly, it doesn't matter whether it hurts or not, the main thing is that I, the master of the two worlds, can't afford to lose that person. Commander Lu, then what do you want to do? Fang Shi said faintly. I want to practice the turtle evolution technique. Commander Lu, the Rotten Bone Swamp is in danger. Chapter 1928, is it fun? Do you want to play together? Commander Lu felt it necessary to persuade him. Shaoxi, from a broader perspective, if you blow up the Rotten Bone Swamp, the entire Changdao Temple might be affected, which would be detrimental to your future position in Changdao Temple. From your personal perspective, the Rotten Bone Swamp is filled with rancid mud. Once it explodes, the 5 of you will inevitably be splashed with dirt no matter how well you protect yourself. So, you should think about it again. Fang Shi was surprised and said, Master, I just wanted to practice the turtle evolution technique. I didn't say I wanted to blow up the Rotten Bone Swamp. Don't stereotype me. Commander Lu, can you guarantee that your turtle shell won't explode by practicing the turtle evolution technique? There will definitely be an explosion, but I plan to make a small explosion on the shore to scare the monkeys. Commander Lu was wondering what she meant when she used her spiritual power to shout towards the swamp. Listen up, everyone, whether you're breathing or not, I'm here to take you in. After shouting, take out the phonograph and play it repeatedly. Bubbles kept coming out of the swamp, and some monsters were looking over here curiously. Some of them even wanted to go ashore and attack Fang Shi and the others. Fang Shi felt that the time was almost right, so he said to Zhang Wen and the others, Brother, I'm going to practice the turtle evolution technique, you guys stay away. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wen, Fan Lizzie and Zheng Qinghai ran away. Only Cao Xiao looked confused. Although he had heard that Fang Shi would cause turtle shells to explode and strange winds to rise when fortune-telling, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Seeing Zhang Wen and the others fleeing in panic, he felt that it was a bit exaggerated. But I didn't want to be a loner, so I followed him anyway. After they all left, Fang Shi also retreated a long distance, mainly because he was afraid that the explosion range would be too large and the mud in the swamp would splash onto him. Everything was ready, and she smiled as she looked at the monsters peeking out of the swamp. Let me give you a little warning first. After Fang Shi finished speaking, he took out the turtle shell. After this period of nourishment, the cracks on the turtle shell have recovered. Fang Shi wondered, what does it matter? Although it is very likely that it cannot be calculated, the necessary ceremony must still be performed. Then let's figure out when she can take the seat of the Lord of the Two Realms. Fang Shi immediately began to calculate. The monsters in the Rotten Bone Swamp looked confused. What was that little girl on the shore doing? Why do you feel weird? Isn't he a little lunatic? While they were wondering, a deafening roar came from the shore. Immediately afterwards, the blown-up dirt and debris fell from the sky, and many unlucky people were hit directly. When all the debris was dispersed, the monsters saw a big hole on the shore. Someone who was good at keeping faith jumped out of the swamp and saw that the pit was several feet deep. Oh my god. If this explodes in the swamp, they will all be turned into mincemeat. Fang Shi, carrying the turtle shell, first used the cleaning technique several times, and then said to the monsters in the swamp. Is it fun? Do you want to play with us? This time, the monsters didn't even dare to make a bubble. The swamp was more peaceful and quiet than ever before, as if there were no living things in it. Fang Shi tilted her head and said, why aren't there any bubbles? Didn't you want to come ashore and eat me just now? Come on, come and eat me. The swamp was as quiet as a chicken. Fang Shi took out a stack of talismans and said, I'll show you something fun. As he said that, he threw a frost ice talisman into the swamp, and the water instantly froze. Even in places where there is no water, the mud is frozen solid. After the ice melted, Fang Shi threw another Tianshu lightning talisman into it, and instantly a layer of small fish and shrimps floated up, as well as some low-level monsters. Fang Shi clapped his hands. Have you seen enough? Do you want to see more? There was still deathly silence above the swamp. Fang's eyes face darkened. Are they all dead? If they don't show up, I'm going to explode. The next moment, the swamp seemed to be boiling. The monsters blew bubbles desperately, fearing that the female devil would explode her shells. Fang Shi was very satisfied. That's right, since you are so obedient, I won't punish you. But you have to help me do something. Pick some valuable demonic plants from the swamp and send them to me, especially the one with blooming cloud miasma flowers. Pick all the flowers for me. Be careful when picking them, don't get them dirty, and don't damage the petals. I'll give you half an hour. If you don't complete the task I assign you, I'll have no choice but to blow you up. The monsters did not move immediately. Because they are all waiting and watching. It was not until Fang Shi threw a few more talismans into the water that the monster moved. Fang Shi retreated a distance to prevent the monster from coming ashore. A moment later, a giant sword-backed crocodile carefully climbed ashore, took out 5 cloud miasma flowers from its own storage space and placed them in the basket that Fang Shi had placed in advance. Just as it was about to leave, Fang Shi threw a pill to it. Here, this is a reward for you. This pill can increase the speed of spiritual energy absorption. The sword-backed crocodile was skeptical and didn't dare to eat it. Fang Shi rolled her eyes. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. Why would I bother to kill you? The sword-backed crocodile thought it made sense and swallowed it with courage. In a moment, his eyes lit up. Then he ran back into the swamp and swam desperately towards the area where the cloud miasma flowers grew. It wants to buy up all the remaining cloud miasma flowers. The low-level monsters couldn't figure out the trick, but the high-level monsters immediately understood one thing: the elixir given by the female devil must be a good thing. So, they all rushed towards the cloud miasma flower. Some of them were quick-witted and turned around to pick other valuable herbs. Some even wondered in their hearts whether the female devil liked to eat meat. Could catching a few low-level monsters for her exchange them for elixirs? Fang Shi used both kindness and force, and instantly captured a group of monster servants. At this time, Junwen and the other 3 also came running over happily. Cao Xiao's face was pale. He finally understood why Fan Lizzie and the others ran so fast. Too scary. When Lu Yi pinched his neck before, she definitely showed mercy. If I tell him his fortune, he will be killed immediately. When he saw the baskets of Yunzhao flowers on the ground, his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. Impressed. He was completely convinced this time. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1929, Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Cao Xiao knelt down and watched, and Fan Lizzie even wanted to cut out a Fang Shi. He racked his brains and finally came up with a word that could describe Fang Shi, and it was not a human. The captain is definitely not human. How can people be so powerful? Zheng Qinghua was also shocked. While the 3 of them were making a fuss, Junwen had already helped Fang Shi sort the herbs into categories. Look at how ignorant you are. Is it just a little junior sister's daily routine that's worth your shock? Fang Shi felt that it was almost time, so he said to the monsters. That's it for today. I'll come over to play with you guys someday when I'm free. The monsters felt quite regretful. Although the female devil is perverted, she really gives away the elixir she has. It's all because of my useless claws. If only I could pick them faster. Fang Shi waved his sleeves and left with a bunch of high-level herbs. She had already disappeared, but the monsters were still staring at her. Before Fang Shi left, he asked the monsters to fill the big hole created by the explosion with silt. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. On the way back, Fang Shi sighed. I told you that Master Fang is a really good person, right? First, he helped us make a fortune in the forging hall, and now he's helped us harvest so many high-level herbs. He's simply a money-giving old boy. Junwen and the other 4 people, how mean. After labeling Master Fang as a good person, Fang Shi's classroom started again. Walking is so boring, the right solution is to learn knowledge while walking. Cao Xiao thought to himself, he felt that he was diligent enough, but compared to the captain, he was still a long way behind. Maybe the captain is practicing even when he is sleeping. In the evening, they returned to Kingshan Island. This is much earlier than expected. The insect king hurried over to show his courtesy and gave Fang Shi a glittering round fan. Master, this is made from the shell of a colorful glass insect. Please accept it. Mu Jian scoffed. TSK. A broken fan is worth offering as a treasure. If you have the time to spare, you might as well help the master roast a couple of grasshopper legs to chew on. The insect king just thought it was making a noise and ignored it. When Fang Shi was praising the insect king, he received a message from Master Fang. Lu Yi, how are you guys progressing? Venerable Fang was also afraid that Fang Shi and the others would get into trouble, so he asked this question. Fang Shi sighed and said, oh, this mission is too difficult. We didn't even pick a single cloud miasma flower. Upon receiving the message, Master Fang laughed like a pig. As he expected, Lu Yi and the others got nothing. Should live it. Just wait for the whipping tomorrow. After waiting and waiting, the next morning finally arrived. That night, Venerable Fang didn't sleep a wink, he was just too excited. Lu Yi, you little brat, how dare you cheat me? You'll be whipped in public tomorrow. I wonder how you'll ever get back on track. So, he was waiting at the entrance of Dakshan Hall before dawn. Finally, I saw the 5 people from Fengshi coming over with their heads hung low. The smile on his face was almost overflowing. He wasn't even this happy when he advanced to the tribulation crossing stage. When Fengshi and the other 5 came closer, he said with a forced smile. Don't blame me for being cruel, the 5 of you. Rules are rules, and even if I wanted to make a break for them, I couldn't. You don't need to go to class anymore, follow me to the torture hall to be punished. Fengshi looked at him in surprise, then took out 5 cloud miasma flowers from the storage ring. Master Fang, will I be punished even if I complete the mission? Reverend Fang. Didn't you guys even pick a single cloud miasma flower? Yes, I didn't pick one, but I picked 5. I just completed the task you set for us. Isn't that a coincidence? Venerable Fang, #%@%. He didn't understand, he really didn't understand. He had clearly checked in advance and saw that the Yunzang flowers had just formed buds and would take at least 5 days to bloom. Where did they get the Yunzang flowers from? Fengshi saw his face turning blue and purple, and fearing that he might pass out, he kindly said. Master Fang, why do you seem unhappy? Don't you want us to complete the mission? Reverend Fang, I want you to die. He was so angry that he almost died. Fengshi, kindly, advised him a few more words before taking Zhang Wen and the others to class. Venerable Fang was so angry that his head was buzzing. He decided to go to the Rotten Bone Swamp to find out what was going on. So he summoned the fairy cloud and soon arrived at the Rotten Bone Swamp. Because flying over the Rot Bone Swamp was prohibited, even for the fairy cloud, he let the fairy cloud land on the shore. As soon as he jumped off the fairy cloud, he realized something was wrong. Why was the ground under his feet so soft? He reacted quite quickly and dodged several feet away, his feet sinking instantly. He quickly dodged again and this time finally stepped on the solid ground. He sniffed. Although the smell of the bone swamp was always sour, he felt that the smell seemed to come from. Looking down, I saw that my boots were covered in mud and had a charming smell. Venerable Fang immediately squealed like a pig. There are monsters in the swamp, peeking out and chirping softly. Is this Venerable a little abnormal? Why does he seem like a madman? If he were normal, would he be able to step into the pit created by the female devil? You said the devil woman asked us to fill the pit with mud. Could it be that she had already expected this unlucky guy to come? She's already perverted enough, but now she's also incredibly calculating. How terrifying. Ellipsis. After a burst of crickets, the female devil's terrifying level increased sharply. Venerable Fang, who was on the verge of collapse, stopped after using the cleansing technique dozens of times. He looked at the mud trap in front of him with gritted teeth, thinking that it must be related to the 5 competing cultivators. After all, this trap didn't exist when he came the day before yesterday. While cursing, he looked at the swamp and found that the buds of the cloud miasma flowers had not bloomed. Where did Lu Yi and the others get the cloud miasma flowers? Could it be that they were lucky and 5 cloud miasma flowers happened to bloom? Just as he was wondering, he suddenly looked up and saw a few sparse yellow dots in the distance. Looking closely, it was the blooming cloud miasma flower. Could it be that Lu Yi and the others picked the Yunzhao flowers there? That place is close to the core area of the Rotten Bone Swamp. How can they pick the cloud miasma flower with their cultivation level? Is there anyone who can help them? Could it be Venerable Duan from the Forging Hall or Venerable Xuanyuan? It must be one of them. How cheap. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he really wanted to rush to the Forging Hall to get an explanation. But I didn't dare. The people in the Forging Hall all have hot tempers, and if a fight breaks out, he will definitely not gain the upper hand. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. As long as he picked the remaining cloud miasma flowers, even if Venerable Duan and Venerable Xuanyuan came to help Lu Yi and the others, they would be helpless. Lu Yi and the others will definitely be whipped tomorrow. Thinking of this, he released the pressure of a monk who was undergoing tribulation, and his body floated at a height of about 6 feet above the ground. He quickly skimmed across the water and headed towards the cloud miasma flowers in the center of the swamp. The monsters that were chirping found out that he was actually heading for the Yunzang flower, and they immediately went crazy. They're about to fight like dogs for these cloud miasma flowers. This old guy actually wants to pick peaches. Although they were afraid of the pressure from the monks who were undergoing tribulation, they all used their best skills when they thought of the female devil's elixir. Water arrow. Venom. Wind blade. Ellipsis. Some of them really didn't have any useful means of attack, so they just threw mud at Master Fang. Chapter 1930. Mr. Fang was not physically injured, but his heart was hurt. Venerable Fang had activated his spiritual shield, so under normal circumstances, the monster's attacks wouldn't cause him any hindrance. However, the number of monsters attacking him was simply too large. And there are also many Mahayana monsters in it. Even though he was a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage, he could only escape back to the shore in a mess covered in mud. I stepped into a mud-filled pit without noticing. Venerable Fang was not physically injured, but he was heartbroken. He began to doubt his life. Had the monsters in the Rotten Bone Swamp gone mad? How dare they attack him, a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage? So the question is, how did Lu Yi and the others pick the Yunzi flowers? Even if Venerable Duan and Venerable Xuanyuan helped her, she couldn't do it. He decided to wait and see. Lu Yi and the others will come here to pick Yunzhao flowers this afternoon, so he will naturally know what is going on. After making up his mind, he remembered to clean the mud off his body. Even after using the cleaning technique over 100 times, he could still vaguely smell that sour and refreshing smell. He even suspected that he had been marinated. He waited and waited, the moon and the stars appeared, but Fangxi and the others never showed up. Venerable Fang was angry but also a little excited. Since they didn't come today, they would definitely not be able to hand in the task tomorrow, so they would naturally be whipped. His depressed mood finally improved a little, and he rushed back overnight. At this time, Fangxi, whom he was thinking about, was swinging a sledgehammer in the forging hall. As soon as the class was over at noon, Fangxi was called to the forging hall by Venerable Duan. Venerable Duan and Venerable Xunyuan tried 13 times but were unable to forge the blue-veined black iron into blue-gang black iron. The two of them had no other choice, so they wanted Fangxi to try. Fangxi tried to refuse for a long time but it was no use, so she had to bite the bullet and do it. Because the refining furnaces of Venerable Duan and Venerable Xunyuan both had spiritual imprints, the three of them went to the small refining square. Still, only the refining furnace in the northwest corner was empty. Fangxi had no other choice but to choose this refining furnace again. She followed the process described by Venerable Xunyuan, first putting all the materials into the refining furnace, and then calcining them. After the calcined liquid cooled, Fangxi swung his hammer and started smashing it. To think that she, the master of two worlds, was forced to do such physical labor, was such a waste of her talent. She did think about asking Zhu Tiao to help her with the punches, but when punching, she had to use her spiritual sense to constantly observe and adjust the landing point and strength, which Zhu Tiao could not do at all. She swung, and finally came up with a slogan to motivate herself. 80. 80. Ellipsis. Venerable Xunyuan and Venerable Duan looked bewildered. What does 80 mean? Fangxi was sweating profusely, and finally she had finished hammering. She took out the scrap carving knife she had bought before and began to carve the array pattern. Venerable Duan and Venerable Xunyuan were even more confused. Isn't it said that if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools? The carving knives they used were hundreds of times better than Lu Yi's, so how could they fail? However, her success last time might have just been luck, and she might not be successful this time either. As the two were thinking about it, they saw billowing black smoke coming out of the refining furnace. The two of them quickly made some hand gestures and worked hard, and the black smoke finally dissipated. Fangxi opened the lid of the refining furnace with a pitch-black face. Reverend Xunyuan looked into the alchemy furnace and said in shock. It worked, she actually succeeded again. Venerable Duan's eyes were as big as copper bells. He couldn't figure it out, he really couldn't figure it out. Their refining process was exactly the same as Lu Yi's, so how could she succeed while they failed? Is it because they didn't yell, 80, when they were pounding the materials? Or is it because the carving knives they use are too good? At this moment, he thought of the black smoke from before. Could it be that the problem was with this refining furnace? He had heard people say before that this refining furnace was rather strange. Could there really be something fishy going on? Xunyuan Zun also thought the problem might lie with the refining furnace, so he decided to try using it. Fangxi sent a message to Zhang Wen while taking a rest. Brother, the class is about to start. After finishing the class, Fangxi ate something. Seeing that Venerable Duan and Venerable Xunyuan were still busy, she simply took out the small wooden bed and small floral quilt and went to sleep. Maybe I was tired from swinging the sledgehammer, and I was still swinging the sledgehammer in my dream. When Fangxi woke up, it was already dawn. She discovered that the person who was refining the weapon had changed. It was Venerable Xunyuan who was refining before, but now it is Venerable Duan who has taken over. Judging from the look on Lord Xunyuan's face, he must have failed. While she was pondering, she heard Venerable Duan yell. 80. 80. Ellipsis. Fangxi. Because she still had classes to attend, she said goodbye to Venerable Xunyuan and left the forging hall. After Fangxi and Zhang Wen met up with the others, they arrived at Daxuan Hall. Venerable Fang stopped them. Before he could say anything, Fangxi took out 5 cloud miasma flowers and handed them to him. Reverend Fang didn't answer. After being shocked, he gritted his teeth and said, You didn't even go to the rotten bone swamp yesterday afternoon, so where did the cloud miasma flower come from? Fangxi said naturally, I picked them the day before yesterday. You didn't say I could only pick 5 at a time, so I picked a month's worth. It's a monthly subscription. Venerable Fang. What then was the suffering I endured yesterday? Do I deserve it? Open black lens bracket 1 update today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 1931 Am I the legendary Holy Hammer Swinger? Just as Master Fang was about to say that the yuns and flowers would not count if they were not picked that day, he saw Fangxi take out the photo stone. Venerable Fang. I just use the photo stone to record things when I have nothing to do. But you are spirit of the photo stone. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and asked, Who helped you? Fangxi looked bewildered. No one helped us, we picked it ourselves. Reverend Fang sneered. You picked them yourselves. With your level of cultivation, there's no way you could pick the cloud miasma flowers in the center of the swamp. Fangxi immediately explained, Master Fang, you misunderstood. We didn't collect the fish in the center of the swamp, but on the edge. Venerable Fang gritted his teeth and said, Impossible. I went to the edge of the area and saw only buds, no blooming cloud miasma flowers at all. Fangxi asked in surprise, When did you go to see it? Did you go to see it before the mission was issued? Reverend Fang, of course not. When was that? Yesterday afternoon. Fangxi smiled and said, We picked them the day before yesterday. Isn't it strange that you didn't see any yesterday afternoon? Because we had picked all the blooming ones. Venerable Fang. Nothing to say. Speechless. A dumb person eating coptis fruit. He gritted his teeth, took the Yunzhao flower, flicked his sleeves and left. He returned to his room and became angrier and angrier, until he finally figured out the reasons for his repeated failures. He is too concerned about his reputation. Since the 5 competing contract repairmen are under his charge, he doesn't need to give any reasonable reasons. He can just deal with them whenever he wants. Not to mention that they're just competing for the title of associate repairman, even the candidate for alliance leader has to endure it. After figuring it out, he immediately took out a pen and paper and listed more than 100 ways to torture Fang Shi and the others. Fang Shi didn't know that Venerable Fang had already let himself go. She was answering Venerable Shi's questions. The Slayer was very satisfied. He was not only satisfied with Fang Shi, but also with Zhang Wen and the other 3. Among the students he has taught, these 5 can be said to have the best understanding. A rare smile appeared on his scarred face. When the get-out of class was over, Fang Shi approached the Lord Slayer. The Lord Slayer thought she had some questions for him, but Fang Shi took out a storage ring. Master Shi Zun, thanks to your teachings over the past few days, the 5 of us have gained many new insights into cultivation. I don't have anything of value, but the other day, Venerable Fang asked the 5 of us to go to the Rotten Bone Swamp to pick cloud miasma flowers. I picked a few extra, so I'll give you a few as a token of my appreciation. The Lord Slayer thought that they were just a few flowers, so he just accepted them. So he didn't use his spiritual sense to check it and directly put it into the storage ring. It was not until the evening that he suddenly remembered this matter and probed his spiritual sense into the storage ring. Then, I was dumbfounded. There are indeed a few cloud miasma flowers inside, but there are more bottles and jars, all of which are filled with high-level elixirs, most of which are top-grade elixirs. In addition to these, there are some specialties, and even a ghost squid tentacle. This gift is too precious. He decided to return it to Fang Shi during class the next day. It is a shame to accept gifts from others, especially such valuable gifts. Fang Shi was called to the forging hall by Venerable Duan again. Although he strictly copied Fang Shi's refining process and even shouted, 80, he still ended in failure. He discussed with Venerable Xuanyuan for a long time but could not come to any conclusion. In the end, it was decided to let Fang Shi refine it again. Fang Shi. After all, I am the master of the 2 worlds. Should I come here every day to swing a hammer at you? Could it be that I am the legendary holy hammer-wielding body? After much thought, she concluded that the only way to escape the fate of being swung by a sledgehammer was to fail in refining the skill. So, when she was carving the array pattern on the cooled, iron pancake, she secretly added a little power of time into it. Not all lines have been added with the power of time, but some lines have been added and some lines have not. She felt that this would cause uneven distribution of spiritual power, and the refining would fail. Just as she was harboring beautiful aspirations, a muffled sound came from the furnace, and then the lid of the furnace flew off, and then the iron cake inside also flew out. At this time, Venerable Fang was rushing towards the forging hall. Although he had already thought of a way to deal with Fang Shi and the others, he was still very confused about the Rotten Bone Swamp. So I wanted to come over and ask indirectly whether Venerable Duan and Venerable Xuanyuan were besieged by monsters. As he walked, he was thinking about what to say when they met, and then he heard a sound of breaking air. He subconsciously looked up and saw a big pot lid coming towards him. It has to be said that Master Fang is quite capable. Although the incident happened suddenly, he still dodged to the side very quickly and moved more than 10 feet away. He perfectly avoided the lid of the refining furnace, but his landing point happened to be within the striking range of the discus. By the time he discovered it, it was too late to dodge, and he could only barely hold up a thin spiritual power shield. Boom. Bang. Venerable Fang was knocked unconscious in such a magnificent manner. When he woke up, he just happened to see Fang Shi's little face, which seemed concerned but was actually gloating. Zhen's Fang, are you alright? You said you're a cultivator who's transcending tribulations, after all, so how could you be knocked unconscious by a discus? Venerable Fang was so angry that he almost fainted again. He looked around and saw the discus that caused the accident at a glance. And there's that big pot cover in the distance. Now he could see clearly that it was not a big pot cover, but the cover of the refining furnace. He didn't think that this matter had anything to do with Fang Shi. After all, he didn't know that Fang Shi came to the forging hall every day to swing the sledgehammer. He thought that Venerable Xuanyuan and Venerable Duan were looking for her because of the puppet. His eyes fell on Master Duan, who was grinning. Duan, was it you who did this? If he asked this question to someone else, they would definitely deny it. But Duan Zunj himself had a hot temper and had a feud with Fang Zunj, so when he heard his words, he laughed wildly. So what if it was me? Who told you not to watch your steps? Besides, why didn't others get hit, but you were the only one who got hit? It means you deserved it. Venerable Fang already had a big bump on his head, and now it was even more buzzing. He stood up and was about to fight with Venerable Duan. Fang Shi quickly explained, Zhen's Fang, you misunderstood. This matter has nothing to do with Zhen's Duan. I did it. Venerable Fang didn't believe it at all. He felt that Fang Shi was taking the blame for Venerable Duan. It seems that the person who picked the Yunzhao flowers for her must be named Duan. Otherwise she wouldn't defend him so much. New and old grudges suddenly surged into his heart, and he punched towards Venerable Duan. Venerable Duan naturally would not tolerate him and swung his fist to fight him. No matter how Fang Shi tried to persuade them, the two refused to listen. Fang Shi sighed. Ugh. As I said, the people in Changgao Hall have such bad tempers. Just fight for fun. Chapter 1932. She finally told the truth, but no one believed her. Venerable Xuanyuan took action to separate Venerable Duan and Venerable Fang. He said with a cold face, you were just punished by the Palace Master 2 days ago, and now you are causing trouble again. Do you want to bear the Palace Master's wrath? Duan Zun said with a fierce face. He was the first to attack. Venerable Fang sneered, if you hadn't hit me with the discus first, would I have fought you? Also, I asked Lu Yi and the others to go to the Rotten Bone Swamp to pick the cloud miasma flowers. Why did you interfere? I think you're just trying to make things difficult for me and to be my enemy. Venerable Duan was immediately furious. Bullshit, when did I ever help them pick the miasma flowers? If you're blind, just take some medicine instead of barking like a mad dog. Venerable Fang was so angry that he was convulsing. Without your help, how could they have gathered cloud miasma flowers in the heart of the rotten bone swamp? And over 100 of them. Fang Shi weakly raised her little hand. Master Fang, we picked the cloud miasma flowers ourselves, why don't you believe it? The iron pancake was also accidentally blown away when I was refining the weapon. It really has nothing to do with Venerable Duan. Venerable Fang didn't believe a word of it. Even if Fang Shi explained again and again, he didn't believe it. Fang Shi. When I tell a lie, I believe it. I finally told the truth, but no one believed me. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? Finally, it was only after the testimony of Venerable Xuanyuan and a group of weapon refiners that Venerable Fang believed that the iron pancake was Fang Shi's fault. Thinking of the mud yesterday, he wished he could strangle Fang Shi to death. Ever since Lu Yi came to Changgao Palace, he hasn't had a good day. Fang Shi saw that his eyes were red with anger and his face was distorted, so he quickly hid behind Venerable Xuanyuan. She felt like Master Fang wanted to bite her twice to vent his anger. Upon seeing this, Reverend Xuanyuan quickly said, Master Fang, this is all a misunderstanding. Lu Yi only refined the weapon because she followed my instructions. Neither she nor I expected the lid of the refining furnace and the iron disc inside to fly out, let alone hit you. Venerable Fang gritted his teeth and said, are you saying I'm unlucky? Reverend Xuanyuan, I can't say that, I can only say that it was a coincidence, and it was not Lu Yi's original intention. I am also responsible for this matter. I have caused you to suffer such an unexpected disaster. I just happened to refine a piece of Scarlet Sky 100 refinement armor a while ago, so I'll just consider this as an apology to you. As Venerable Xuanyuan spoke, he took out a dark red armor and handed it to Venerable Fang. Most of Master Fang's anger dissipated in an instant. Although the Scarlet Sky 100 refined armor is a Xuan-grade spiritual weapon, armor-type spiritual weapons are much more difficult to refine than other types of spiritual weapons. The Xuan grade is almost the same as other types of Earth-grade spiritual weapons. Although he wanted to refuse it magnanimously, he still extended his hand. Don't be in vain. No matter whether it was Lu Yi who smashed it or someone else, it was the fault of the forging hall. It was not appropriate to pursue the matter further after taking the things, so he glared at Fang Shi fiercely before leaving. Fang Shi felt guilty. Decided to find time to give Venerable Xuanyuan a big gift package. The other party may not be willing to accept it if you give it to him now, let's talk about it in 2 days. But this time, Venerable Duan picked up the discus and shouted. I thought the little girl would succeed this time, but she didn't expect the oven to explode. The iron pancake is full of cracks and is about to turn into loofah. As he was speaking, it was as if someone suddenly grabbed his neck and he stopped moving. Venerable Xuanyuan snatched the iron pancake from Venerable Duan's hand and stared at it intently. Fang Shi suddenly had an ominous premonition that her days of swinging the sledgehammer might be extended indefinitely. Why is it so difficult to hide one's shortcomings? The next moment, Xuanyuan Zun put the iron pancake into his storage ring and said to Fang Shi, go pick up the lid of the refining furnace. We'll talk about it when we get back. Fang Shi had no choice but to hurry over to the lid of the refining furnace, which was more than 10 feet away, and drag it along. There was no other way, the lid was too big and heavy, so I had to drag it along. After dragging it for only a few steps, she had an idea. Dragging it would be so tiring, why not just put it in the storage ring? So, she moved her mind and put the lid of the refining furnace into the storage ring. When Venerable Duan, who was far away, saw this scene, his eyes widened, he pointed at Fang Shi with his finger, and spoke without saying a word. Reverend Xuanyuan and the other weapon refiners were also stunned. Fang Shi was puzzled. He looked around, but nothing happened. What were they surprised about? Was he shocked by her personal charm again? At this time, Commander Lu said in a complicated tone. The Tiank League's public refining furnaces all have the spiritual consciousness seals of cultivators in the tribulation crossing stage. Moreover, they're not just the spiritual consciousness seals of one cultivator, but multiple spiritual consciousness seals. This is to avoid being stolen by others. After all, the refining furnace is very valuable, especially the refining furnace of Tiank League is of high grade. But you just put the lid of the refining furnace into the storage ring, which means that you have broken those spiritual seals, and you did it so easily. How could they not be surprised? Fang Shi was surprised and said, but I didn't sense any spiritual seal, nor did I sense any obstruction. Could it be that this refining furnace is evil, so there is no spiritual seal at all? Commander Lu, do their expressions look similar? Fang Shi doesn't think so. Why is it so difficult to keep a low profile? What a sin. Her little brain was working quickly, thinking of something to say. Although his heart was in turmoil, he looked confused and jumped in front of Reverend Xuanyuan and others. Venerable Xuanyuan, Venerable Duan, let's go. Venerable Duan is a person who cannot keep things to himself. If Venerable Xuanyuan had not conveyed the secret message just now, he would have revealed the matter of the loofah sponge, iron pancake. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask, you erased the spiritual seal on the lid of the refining furnace. Fang Shi pretended to be bewildered. Master Duan, what do you mean by this? The public refining furnace is sealed with multiple spiritual seals from cultivators who have transcended tribulation. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for someone to collect it into the storage ring. How did you do it? Fang Shi looked shocked. Ah, really? Could it be that my spiritual sense is stronger than that of more than 100 tribulation crossing cultivators? Venerable Duan. Other people. You have a really big face. It's outrageous that you, a Mahayana cultivator, have stronger spiritual consciousness than a cultivator who is transcending tribulation. How can you say that you have stronger spiritual consciousness than more than 100 cultivators who are transcending tribulation combined? Isn't this nonsense? However, this nonsense did dispel their previous doubts. That's right, Lu Yi is only a first-level Mahayana cultivator. How could she possibly erase the multiple seals of a cultivator who is undergoing tribulation? There must be another reason. At this time, Venerable Xuanyuan said, it is estimated that the Divine Consciousness seal has been in place for a long time and has loosened a bit. Coupled with the furnace explosion just now, the Divine Consciousness seal has been broken. Everyone thought what he said made sense. Fang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. I, the master of the two worlds, am truly blessed with great fortune. Whenever I encounter difficulties, there are great scholars who will debate for me. Just when she was feeling happy, she heard a commotion in the forging hall. Then, she saw an uncovered refining furnace jumping towards her, emitting black smoke. Chapter 1933 How much? I'll buy it. Fang Shi suddenly felt something was wrong. Is this broken stove going to be her fault? If someone else encountered such a thing, they would definitely wish for it, but unfortunately, someone received a lot of free food and had enough, so he has already suffered a psychological trauma. Let's not talk about anything else, just talk about the heaven-swallowing cauldron. How many of her alchemy furnaces has it eaten? The alchemy furnace is at least easier to get. If this bastard wants to eat the refining furnace, where is she going to get it? Therefore, Fang Shi subconsciously moved behind Venerable Xuanyuan. Can't see me, can't see me. Zhu Shihuan sneered, the lid is still in your storage ring. It's useless even if you hide in a rat hole. Fang Shi. I almost forgot about this. She quickly took out the lid of the refining furnace and threw it on the ground. I'll give you the lid back. Don't get close to me. At this time, the refining furnace also jumped in front of them, and wisps of black smoke floated towards Fang Shi. Fang Shi. What, your black smoke has eyes? There are so many people, why are they only coming to me? When she was speechless, the refining furnace suddenly crashed towards her. Fang Shi screamed in fear and ran away. The refining furnace is so big, if it hits her, it will definitely break her into pieces. So, she ran in front, and the refining furnace jumped and chased after her. It makes me happy when I see it, because the black smoke that comes out looks very lively. Venerable Xuanyuan and Venerable Duan didn't react at first, but when they did, they flashed in front of the refining furnace. The refining furnace stopped moving. A lid flew over from a distance and closed on it, but wisps of black smoke was still coming out. Duan Zunzi was ecstatic. This refining furnace must have given birth to a weapon spirit. The black smoke might just be impurities in the materials. It is because of this purification that Lu Yi succeeds every time. Venerable Xuanyuan thought so too. This refining furnace is a treasure. Fang Shi, who was in the distance, peeked out and saw that the refining furnace was motionless, so he ran back. Venerable Xuanyuan, Venerable Duan, this thing has nothing to do with me. Get it away quickly, or it won't blame me. Venerable Xuanyuan and Venerable Duan. You usually seem smart and clever, why are you acting so stupid now? This refining furnace looks like a top-notch item. Is it a bad thing to rely on you? Before they could say anything, the refining furnace suddenly shrank and flew over Fang Shi's head. Three claws firmly grasped Fang Shi's hair. Just blame it. I just blame it. If you have the ability, shave your head bald. Fang Shi was so angry that she was speechless. At this time, Commander Lu said, you happen to be in need of a refining furnace. Just take it. Judging from its previous performance, it is still useful. Fang Shi agreed when she thought about it. With a refining furnace, she could refine weapons anytime and anywhere. This was a good thing. Although this refining furnace is a bit rogue, as long as it is in her hands, there are plenty of ways to deal with it. Thinking of this, she moved her spiritual consciousness and successfully put the refining furnace into the storage ring. Fang Shi. No need to refine it. So proactive. The next moment, a sound like soaring wood rang out in his consciousness. He, if you take my Gaia, you have to take my body. I am your furnace in life and your coffin in death. You can't escape. Fang Shi. Before she could say anything, something started happening inside the storage ring. The heaven-swallowing cauldron and the refining furnace huggled each other and gnawed at each other. It's not the kind of affectionate biting, but the desire to eat the other person. If the heaven-swallowing cauldron could drool, it would probably flood the Golden Mountain. It has eaten so many alchemy furnaces, but none of them are as fragrant as this refining furnace. What a coincidence, the refining furnace also thinks that the heaven-swallowing cauldron in front of it is a delicacy. Fang Shi was too lazy to pay attention to them. Go ahead and gnaw if you want. It would be best if both of you gnawed each other to death. That would save me a lot of trouble. Of course, she didn't have the time to pay attention to them at the moment, because she still had to face Venerable Xuanyuan, Venerable Duan and others. She wanted to say that she was forced to do so and had no choice but to take back the refining furnace. But judging by the envious, jealous and hateful looks on everyone's faces, it would be easy to get beaten if you said that. Thousands of words finally condensed into one sentence. How much? I'll buy it. Reverend Xuanyuan and others, is this a matter of money? That is the treasure of our forging hall, and we didn't say we were selling it. Fang Shi tried his best to add the saint's light to himself while saying sincerely. Your Excellency Xuanyuan, Your Excellency Duan, you just saw that I was completely taken advantage of. It's not that I wanted to embezzle this refining furnace. I didn't even refine it or make a contract with it, but it just ran into my storage ring. I tried to take it out with my spiritual sense, but it wouldn't come out. To be honest, maybe this is my fate with it. It's not like someone has used it to refine weapons before, but there weren't any results, right? Even if I really return it to you, I'm afraid it will still be gathering dust there, and even have a reputation for being a bit weird. Besides, it has taken the initiative to recognize its owner, so I can't refuse it. But I am not a cheap person. You guys can agree on a price, and I will accept it no matter how high it is. Please help me, both venerable ones. Venerable Xuanyuan and Venerable Duan looked at each other, and finally, Venerable Xuanyuan said. We can't make the decision on this matter. After we report it to the Hall Master, let him make the final decision. Fang Shi thanks you profusely. Venerable Xuanyuan brought Fangxi back to his residence and asked her to wait for news inside the house. Then he and Venerable Duan went to see Master Chia of the Forging Hall. Reverend Xuanyuan recounted what had happened and handed the loofah iron pancake to Hall Master Chia. Hall Master Chia's face was full of surprise. 100 refined wire-wrapped iron. Isn't this a legendary refining material? Was this really made by Lu Yi? After receiving a positive answer, Hall Master Chia did not express his opinion for a long time. If the Forging Hall wants the refining furnace, there are 100 ways to make Lu Yi hand it over. But judging from the descriptions of Venerable Xuanyuan and Venerable Duan, the refining furnace has obviously recognized its master. If used by others, it is no different from an ordinary refining furnace, and may even be worse than an ordinary refining furnace. Even if I come back, it's useless. It is better to maximize its benefits. Besides, Lu Yi was a fellow cultivator competing for the title. She might have died in the process of fighting with the 5 candidates for the leader. Wouldn't the refining furnace still fall into their hands by then? So, why not take advantage of this opportunity to get some benefits? When Fangxi heard the conditions proposed by Master Chia, his eyes suddenly went dark. Forge 10,000 catties of Qingang black iron or 1,000 catties of Balian Chansi iron. I'm afraid he's going to swing the hammer until it starts smoking. Chapter 1934, this is treating her like a donkey. Fangxi secretly cursed Master Chia for asking for such a huge reward. This is treating her like a donkey. Not to mention 80, even if it's 800 million, she still can't finish it. The key is that she has a lot of things to do. How can she have the time to hang out here swinging a sledgehammer? She turned her thoughts and said to Reverend Xuanyuan, forget 10,000 pounds, I wouldn't hesitate even if it was 100,000 pounds. After all, I was in the wrong today. By the way, what is 100 refinements wire wrapping iron? Is it the loofah sponge I made back then? After receiving a positive answer, Fangxi said, Venerable Xuanyuan, are you sure you want me to refine these 2 things? Isn't that a bit of an overkill? Reverend Xuanyuan, what do you mean by that? Fangxi laughed happily. Ever since I was dependent on the refining furnace, my confidence has swelled. I think I might be a genius in refining that hasn't been seen in tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, you can discuss with Hall Master Chia and we can change the conditions. For example, if there are any problems that the Forging Hall cannot solve, or if there are materials or spiritual weapons that are very difficult to refine, I can help you free of charge. Isn't this better than forging a pile of iron lumps? Although Venerable Xuanyuan thought Fangxi was a little arrogant, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Let's not talk about anything else, just the matter of dismantling the abandoned fairy cloud. If it weren't for her, I guess we would have to expand the warehouse. So he went to see Hall Master Chia again. After listening to this, Hall Master Chia smiled and said, this little girl has quite a few clever ideas. What she said does make sense, but there is a prerequisite, she must survive. If she died in the fight with the 5 candidates for the alliance leader, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Let's put it this way, if she can forge a spiritual weapon that can impress me within 5 days, I will do as she says. Otherwise, it's business as usual. Reverend Xuanyuan found it too difficult. It's true that Lu Yi has a talent for forging, but from some minor details, it can be seen that she has not had a deep understanding of weapon refining. How could she forge a spiritual weapon that could impress Master Chia in just 5 days? What he didn't expect was that after he relayed Master Chia's words, Fangxi agreed without any hesitation. However, Fangxi put forward 2 conditions, one was to lend her some books on refining, and the other was to provide her with the refining materials she needed. Reverend Xuanyuan nodded in agreement. Fangxi did not return to Qingshan Island, but stayed directly in the Duanyuo Hall. She quickly read through the book that Reverend Xuanyuan had lent her. Refining weapons is not difficult, the difficult part is how to impress Master Chia. If Hall Master Chia goes against his conscience and says he is not satisfied, all her efforts will be in vain. She was feeling upset because the refining furnace was complaining that it was hungry. Master, I'm hungry, Master, I'm hungry. Fangxi asked unhappily. You're hungry with a refining furnace. What do you want to eat? I want to eat the heaven-swallowing cauldron, but you definitely won't agree. So, give me some refining materials. It's best to get one of a higher grade, otherwise there will be too many impurities and it will affect the taste. Fangxi. High-level refining materials. I'm afraid you don't want to eat shit. She now had every reason to suspect that the reason those refiners had failed in refining weapons with it before was probably because it had stolen some of the refining materials. As for why he didn't steal her materials, that's simple. He had been keeping an eye on her for a long time. Ugh. Again, her personality charm is really too strong. Not to mention people, even the stove was crying and shouting to follow her. Her value as the Lord of 2 Worlds is still steadily increasing. She was writing a short essay in her mind, and the furnace said shamelessly. Didn't you collect a bunch of wasted ice-sold cold light silk earlier? It's useless to leave it there anyway, so just give it to me. Fang's ice heart moved. Even if you use puppets to dismantle the abandoned fairy cloud, there will still be a lot of broken ice-sold cold light threads. If she made use of these discarded ice-sold cold light silks, even if Hall Master Chia ran away from home out of conscience, he would not be able to express his dissatisfaction. What kind of thing are you going to build? As she thought about it, her eyes lit up. She immediately told Zhu Xuan her thoughts. Zhu Xuan suddenly burst into laughter. As expected of my granddaughter, she's even more wicked than me. Commander Lu. Who would believe you two are not related by blood? After Fangxi and Zhu Xuan discussed it, they began to sketch. After class the next day, she hurried to the forging hall again and asked Venerable Xuanyuan for a bunch of materials, including the broken ice-sold cold light silk. Venerable Xuanyuan didn't know what kind of medicine she was selling in her gourd, and since she wanted the broken ice-sold cold light silk, he agreed. Fangxi was in trouble when he was about to put it into practice. Although she knew that she had to soak the ice-sold cold light silk in the ink-quenching cotton juice in advance, she didn't know how to soak it or how long to soak it. There was no mention of this in the book that Reverend Xuanyuan gave her. Obviously, some knowledge related to Fairy Cloud is not disclosed to outsiders. When she was in a dilemma, Mu Jian said in a sly voice, "Master, this is not easy to handle. You need to find the black and white jade sips. Since they can provide knowledge on alchemy and talisman making, they can naturally also provide knowledge on refining equipment. If you don't mention them, you won't provide them. That's a problem with your attitude. In this respect, I am much better than them." Before he could finish his words, he was locked in the coffin customized for him by the black and white jade sip. At the same time, a jade sip lit up in Feng Shi's sea of consciousness. Feng Shi took a look and found that it was indeed knowledge about refining equipment. She quickly found the ice soul cold light silk. Feng Shi spent a day processing the materials and started refining the next afternoon. Venerable Xuanyuan and Venerable Duan both ran over to watch. They're so curious. Everyone wanted to see what kind of spiritual weapon Feng Shi would refine. When they saw Feng Shi weaving a big net with the broken ice soul cold light threads, they were stunned. How does Lu Yi deal with the ice soul cold light silk? What is she going to do? Do you want to refine the fairy cloud? Isn't this a joke? The method of refining the fairy cloud has never been passed on to outsiders. How could she figure it out just by thinking about it? When they saw the array pattern carved by Feng Shi on the big net, they realized that the previous ideas were completely wrong. Lu Yi was not refining the fairy cloud, but a defensive spiritual weapon. This big net seems to be a smock. As they were thinking about it, they saw Feng Shi carving a second formation pattern. Then, there is the third, the fourth. The two of them were almost stunned on their faces. One reason was that Feng Shi had actually drawn so many array patterns on a spiritual weapon, and he did it continuously. On the other hand, it's because Feng Shi is too mean. They could imagine that if this spiritual weapon could be successfully refined, they couldn't say anything about other aspects, but it would definitely be among the top in terms of insidiousness. Feng Shi's refining work was in full swing, and Venerable Fang also decided to implement his revenge plan. This time, he wants to take back everything that belongs to him. Chapter 1935 Feng Shi and Junwen were each punished with 3 times of the ruler. Feng Shi worked hard all night and finally completed the refining in the morning. Because she had to rush to attend the Master Killer's training class, even though Master Xuanyuan and Master Duan wanted her to show her the finished product, she still rushed to Dakshan Hall in a hurry. They only saw that the finished product seemed to be a cardigan, which Feng Shi put on under his outer clothes. As soon as Feng Shi entered Dakshan Hall, he saw Master Fang with a smug look on his face. Although she felt that the other party was up to no good, she still greeted him out of politeness. Venerable Fang put his hands behind his back and said with a forced smile, "From today on, after your Taoist lessons, you will also have to take the practical lessons I've specially arranged for you. Don't let me down." Feng Shi didn't bother to care whether he had good intentions or ulterior motives. She agreed and quickly ran to class. Compared to Venerable Fang who likes to stir up trouble, she is more afraid of Venerable Shi. 2 days ago, she gave the Lord Slayer a big gift package, but he returned it in the end. Feng Shi has always admired people who are not greedy for money. Because she can't do it. Feng Shi has been swinging the sledgehammer for the past 2 days and has not slept for 2 consecutive nights. Although she repeatedly reminded herself not to be absent-minded, she still fell asleep in class. The Slayer was very angry. Even the scars on his face became more hideous. Junwen quickly sent a secret message to Feng Shi, reminding her that she had been caught. He blamed himself very much, blaming himself for being too focused in class that he didn't notice his junior sister fell asleep and failed to remind her in time. After receiving Junwen's secret message, Feng Shi woke up with a start. Facing the charcoal black face of the Slayer, she stood up and said with shame, "Slayer of the Lord, I was wrong, please punish me." The Slayer of the Supremes had a good impression of her, so he didn't make a decision immediately. Instead, he asked, "Why are you sleeping? Do you feel like you've learned everything? Or do you find my lectures boring?" Feng Shi shook his head. "No, that's not the case. I. Junwen, who was standing aside, suddenly stood up. "Slayer of the Venerables, my sister doesn't dare to speak, but I will. A few days ago, my sister was forced to work on a furnace in the forging hall. To pay off the debt, she has been refining in the forging hall for the past few days and has not slept for several days." After hearing this, the Slayer said calmly, "Do you think this is a reason for her to sleep in class? If it was a matter of life and death, would she dare to sleep? After all, you still didn't take my martial arts class seriously. Besides, I didn't ask you to speak, why are you talking so much? You two, hold out your hands." Feng Shi and Junwen had no choice but to extend their hands obediently. The Slayer of the Supremes took a ruler and hit each person 3 times. Unable to use spiritual power to resist, he could only endure it. After 3 hits, my palm instantly swelled up like a bun. The two of them didn't dare to say anything and just sat back in their original seats. Now Feng Shi is not sleepy at all. Zhu Shihuan gloated, "So, it's not unfair for you to be beaten. As a cultivator, you can stay awake even if you haven't slept for 10 days, not to mention 2 days. Shaoxi, when it comes to self-discipline, you are far behind me, your grandfather." Feng Shi wondered whose tombstone had the words, "almost caused a disaster," engraved on it. She didn't have the time to argue with Zhu Xuan now. After swallowing a pill, she quickly concentrated on listening to the class. "Although the injury to my left hand looked severe, the swelling subsided quickly after I took the pills. Finally, the get out of class is over." The Lord Slayer called Feng Shi to his side and asked what was going on. Feng Shi told the story again. The Slayer of the Venerable could not help but sneer. "It's just a broken refining furnace, but she actually asked you to refine 10,000 kilograms of Qinggang Xuan iron to pay back the debt. I'll go talk to him this afternoon and ask him if he still has any shame left." Feng Shi hurriedly said, "Zhou Zunxi, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I have already thought of a way to deal with it, so please don't go looking for Hall Master Chia." It would be bad if it caused any discord between you two. Upon hearing this, the Slayer sneered. You think I'm here to support you, but I just can't stand his behavior. Forget it, since you already have a solution, I am too lazy to ask. After saying that, he drove Fangxi and the others out. Fangxi found it a little funny. This Lord Slayer was actually a kind-hearted person, but he always had to pretend to be cold and ruthless. Little did he know that after she left, the Slayer's eyes widened. Lu Yi could actually refine weapons. She could even refine King Gang Xuanti. Although Hall Master Chia is shameless, since she asked her to refine 10,000 kilograms of King Gang Xuanti, it means that she has the ability to do so. Lu Yi gave him more and more surprises. At this time, Fangxi and the other 5 were following Venerable Fang to the Li Jinping of Changdao Hall. Li Jinping is a large open space, which is perfect for actual combat. When Fangxi and the others were wondering how to actually fight, Venerable Fang said with a mixture of calculation, complacency, ruthlessness, and the excitement of revenge. I sent you to the Rotten Bone Swamp to pick cloud miasma flowers to train your combat abilities, but I didn't expect you to resort to such opportunism. So, I can only train you myself. The first lesson I will teach you is how to defend effectively in battle. When it comes to defense, the first thing that comes to your mind should be the spiritual shield, right? That's true, but don't forget that it takes time to activate the spiritual power shield, so don't put all your hopes on it. The most urgent thing is to improve your physical strength. I'm sure you've noticed that when I was sparring with Venerable Duan, I used both fists and kicks. Is it that we don't know how to use magic? Or is it that we don't know how to use the spirit sword? Neither. This is because once one's cultivation reaches our level, magic and spirit swords are merely icing on the cake, the body is our strongest weapon. Venerable Fang babbled for a long time, and finally the real purpose is revealed. So, if you want to try to strengthen your body, I will teach you a set of bodybuilding exercises now. After you have mastered them, I will test your learning results one by one. Even Fan Lizzie guessed what Master Fang's purpose was. Bullshit test of learning outcomes, just to make them behave themselves and get beaten up. What a loss. But he is a Venerable One, and they're practicing together, so they can only accept it. Venerable Fang was extremely proud. This is the punishment measure he carefully selected from more than 100 options. This time, it will definitely be foolproof. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1936, Golden Bell and Iron Cloth Shirt. Venerable Fang immediately taught Fangxi and the others a set of bodybuilding exercises. Zhu Shihuan said with a click of his tongue, although this Fang guy isn't a good person, his bodybuilding technique is quite good. It's a pity that I don't have a physical body right now, otherwise I would also like to practice it. Hearing him say this, Fangxi also became excited. I immediately started studying attentively. An hour later, Venerable Fang coughed. That's about it, I'm going to start testing your learning results now. Fangxi raised her hand and said, Master Fang, we are beginners and haven't mastered the essence yet. Why don't you let us practice for a few days and then test us? Venerable Fang sneered, who has the final say, you or I? Since you are so talkative, you should be the first one. Fangxi had no choice but to walk up to Master Fang with a dejected look. When Master Fang saw that she looked like she couldn't survive, he felt so happy. He was also confused before. He failed to take advantage of the difference in status between the two parties and let this naughty girl screw him over. Stand still, don't hide, and don't activate the spiritual shield. Venerable Fang thought to himself, if I punch you with this one, even if I only use 30% of my strength, I can still make you vomit blood. You little bastard, let's see if you dare to go against me again in the future. It's not that he has to argue with a junior, it's just that he hasn't felt so aggrieved in all these years. Even those candidates for alliance leader had to behave properly in front of him, but Lu Yi was so different. She plotted against him time and time again and made him suffer a lot. If he hadn't retained some rationality, he would have wanted to use all his strength to crush Fangxi to the ground. Carrying new and old grudges, Venerable Fang swung his fist and punched Fangxi. Fangxi was really obedient. He didn't move at all and watched the fist hit him. Fan Lizzie closed his eyes. Finished. With this punch, the captain will be at least half dead. Captain, you said you were full of bad intentions, why are you acting so stupidly at this time? If he tells you not to move, will you really not move? The next moment, he heard screams like a pig being slaughtered. Ha! Why is the captain's voice so rough? Like a bad old man. When he opened his eyes, Fangxi was standing there fine, and it was Master Fang who was screaming. Why does Master Fang have facial hair? Revealed. Could it be a transformed monster? A closer look revealed that what was on Master Fang's face was not hair, but several extremely thin silk threads. It looks familiar. It looks like the 9 icy cold light threads that were removed from the abandoned fairy cloud. In fact, it wasn't just his face, but Zunzun Fang's hands were also covered with threads of icy cold light. What caused him pain wasn't the icy cold threads on the surface, but the countless tiny threads running through his meridians, some of which even reached his danshan. Just now, at the moment his fist touched Fangxi, countless silk threads swept towards him. It wasn't that he didn't dodge, nor that he was slow to react, but that those silk threads were very strange and actually followed the trajectory of the fist mark. Like a shadow, even if he dodged dozens of feet away in an instant, he was still hit. He no longer cared about revenge at the moment, and quickly sat cross-legged in meditation, using his spiritual power to squeeze out the tiny threads in his body. Otherwise, once those tiny threads enter the danshan, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this time, many people heard Master Fang's screams and came over. Someone who was eager to eat melons asked Fangxi and the others. What happened to Venerable Fang? Fangxi sighed. Just now, Venerable Fang taught us the art of bodybuilding, and then said he wanted to test our learning results. Well, that means we just stand there and wait for him to beat us. I was the first lucky person to be chosen. I swear I didn't hide or open the spiritual shield, but I forgot that I had a defensive spiritual weapon on me. This defensive spiritual weapon of mine is a bit special. It is a passive defense type. It will only be activated when it is attacked. The stronger the attack, the stronger the defense. So, Venerable Fang is like this. The onlookers immediately started chirping. Lu Yi said that the stronger the attack, the stronger the defense. Looking at Master Fang's behavior, he must be trying to kill us. It's more than just a fatal blow. I think he used all his life's knowledge. He was afraid that one punch wouldn't be enough to kill Lu Yi. Although we in Changdao Hall believe in the law of the jungle, these 5 competitors have only been here for a few days. Venerable Fang is being too harsh. Am I the only one who cares about what Lu Yi's defensive spiritual weapon is? Why does the hair on Master Fang's face look like icy cold light threads? Ellipsis. Venerable Fang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was tricked by Lu Yi again. She deliberately provoked him, wanting to be the first to be beaten by him, and then let him suffer. It was also his fault for being careless. He only thought about hiding and didn't think about activating the spiritual power shield. Although her defensive spiritual weapon was weird, if she had activated the spiritual shield, he wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. That defensive spiritual weapon was obviously made of ice soul cold light silk. Could it be given to her by Venerable Xuanyuan or Venerable Duan? Most of them are surnamed Duan. Just wait for me. Venerable Duan from the forging hall sneezed. Damn it, someone must be scolding me. Why hasn't that little girl Lu Yi come yet? Class should have ended long ago. Venerable Xuanyuan was also very anxious. Although he had a rough guess about the spiritual weapon forged by Fangxi, he still wanted to see what was going on quickly. Just when he was feeling upset, a kind-hearted person sent a message to Venerable Duan. Come and see the fun. Master Fang has been pricked like a hedgehog. Venerable Duan suddenly jumped up. The guy surnamed Fang was pricked like a hedgehog. It must be related to Lu Yi's spiritual weapon. Let's go and take a look. Under normal circumstances, Venerable Xuanyuan would not join in the fun, but now he was eager to see Fangxi's finished product, so he followed Venerable Duan to Li Jinping. When Venerable Duan saw Venerable Fang's miserable state, he laughed so hard that his teeth almost fell off. Mr. Fang, what kind of martial arts are you practicing? How did you end up with a face full of hair? Venerable Fang was now even more certain that Fangxi's spiritual weapon was given by Venerable Duan. His blood rushed up and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There are many tiny threads in the blood. Venerable Xuanyuan's eyes fixed, and he looked at Fangxi in surprise. Although he had previously guessed that the hood refined by Fangxi would turn into silk threads to attack the opponent when attacked, he did not expect it to be so powerful. Logically speaking, with Master Fang's cultivation level, he shouldn't be able to escape. Even if I can't avoid them all, I can avoid most of them. How can it be so serious? Fangxi took small steps to come over and bowed to Venerable Xuanyuan and Venerable Duan, then said with a guilty look. I was in a hurry to go to class this morning, so I casually put on the golden bell armor ironcloth shirt, intending to hand it over to Hall Master Chia in the afternoon. I didn't expect that Master Fang would punch me to test his teaching results, and this is the result. I feel really bad. Venerable Fang almost vomited blood again. Hypocritically. What Reverend Xuanyuan is concerned about is. Your spiritual weapon is called the golden bell cover and ironcloth shirt. Can you tell me what its features are? It doesn't have any special features, it's just a passive defensive spiritual weapon. If attacked, it will turn into silk threads and fight back. The stronger the attacker, the stronger the counterattack. Well, silk thread can also be divided into several small silk threads. One silk thread can be turned into hundreds of small silk threads. The main feature is that the quantity is large and it is enough to fill you up. It can also mark the attacker's spiritual aura so that no one else will be hurt accidentally. In addition, you can also chase the opponent according to the trajectory of their spiritual attack and shorten the attack time. After all, it only took a few days, so there are still many shortcomings in the design. If it weren't for the cooperation of Master Fang, it would definitely not have been successful. Venerable Fang. What do you mean if I don't cooperate, there will be no success? You've lost everything. Chapter 1937 If the dog doesn't eat it, I will. Fangxi also felt that he was quite mean. But she thinks, damage, is a compliment to her. In addition, what she said about the golden bell cover and ironcloth shirt having shortcomings was also true, the most prominent of which was that it was a consumable item. When Venerable Fang hit her, he consumed hundreds of silk threads, and he had to find time to remelt them to repair them. Not only is it laborious, but the most important thing is that it costs money. The icy cold light threads piercing Master Fang's body are all money. As she thought about it, her eyes fell on the face and hands of Master Fang, and she said kindly, Master Fang, your spiritual power is too slow to compress the object. How about I give you some help? As she spoke, she released the puppet Juzhou and took out a box. Pulled the silk threads off Venerable Fang's face and hands, and placed them in the box beside him. Zhu Tiao immediately staggered to the front of Master Fang, stretched out his 9 hands and began to work. Venerable Fang had seen Zhu Tiao in the forging hall before, but he was still frightened by the long nails. But he was using his spiritual power to squeeze the tiny threads at the moment, and he couldn't move. He could only bite his back teeth and endure it. Zhu Tiao was really efficient at his work. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had removed all the icy cold light threads from Zun Fang's face and hands. Apart from accidentally plucking all of Master Fang's eyebrows, it was perfect. Venerable Fang was so angry that he was about to smoke. Although there was no evidence, he felt that it must have been Lu Yi who instructed Zhu Tiao to do this. Juzhou could do such delicate work, but he accidentally plucked his eyebrows. But he had to admit that Juzhou helped him a lot. At this moment, all his energy was focused on the tiny threads in his meridians, and he had no energy to care about the icy cold threads on his face and hands. Fangxi originally wanted to use the recycled ice soul cold light silk to repair the golden bell cover ironcloth shirt, but it was too fine and could not be used. So, it was fed to the refining furnace. Refining furnace. I have mysophobia too, okay. These icy cold threads were pulled from the old man's face. Even dogs wouldn't eat them. Fang Shi sneered, if you don't eat, you will starve. Refining furnace, if the dog doesn't eat it, I will. The old man is guilty, but the food is innocent. At this time, Venerable Duan hurriedly asked Fang Shi to take off the golden bell cover and iron cloth shirt so that he could take a closer look. Fang Shi nodded and took off her smock immediately. There are clothes underneath the smock, so there's nothing to be shy about. Venerable Duan took it in his hand and examined it carefully, then said to the other Venerable with a sincere face. Lao Fang, since you're already in this state, why don't you hit me? I want to see if this golden bell and iron cloth shirt is really that magical. Venerable Fang was so angry that he was about to convulse. If he could use his spiritual power right now, he would have strangled Master Duan to death. Venerable Xuanyuan also felt that Venerable Duan was being unreasonable and said in a cold voice. Old Duan, stop talking nonsense. Duan Zun grinned and said, I just said it casually. After all, we and Lao Fang are not outsiders. Venerable Fang. Who is not an outsider to you? Stop trying to get close to me. Once I squeeze out all the tiny threads in my body, I will definitely settle the score with you. Duan Zunj looked at Fang Shi and said, little girl, you can't help me here. Why don't you come with me to see our Hall Master and let him see your golden bell and iron cloth shirt? Fang Shi looked embarrassed. Venerable Duan, we haven't finished class yet. Besides, I'm worried about Venerable Fang being here alone. I have to protect him. Venerable Fang, #%#% at. While he was cursing in his heart, Duan Zunj asked him, Old Fang, you are too busy to take care of yourself right now. Can Lu Yi and the others leave the get out of class now? Venerable Fang was speechless. To be precise, he was speechless at the moment. Duan Zunzun clapped his hands and laughed. Old Fang has acquiesced. You five are dismissed. Lu Yi, come with me to the forging hall, and you four can go wherever you like, it's up to you. Venerable Fang, ##%. Fang Shi and the others didn't want to stay here with Master Fang all the time. After all, he wouldn't be able to finish the job in a short time. So Fang Shi considerately drew a circle around Master Fang. He muttered a lot. Master Fang, I've cast a spell for you. As long as you don't leave this circle, you'll be safe. At this moment, Venerable Fang didn't even have the energy to curse in his heart. My head is buzzing. He consoled himself by saying victory and defeat were commonplace in the military, and that there was no need to fight for short-term gains. There was still a long way to go, so he should plan ahead. Fang Shi followed Venerable Xuanyuan and Venerable Duan to see Hall Master Chia. Hall Master Chia had already heard about the tragic experience of Venerable Fang. After all, there had been nothing new in Changgao Hall for a year or two, so when there was finally something fun, it was natural that it would be spread widely. He was just about to ask Venerable Xuanyuan what exactly was going on when Venerable Xuanyuan and Venerable Duan came with Fang Shi. Hall Master Chia took the tunic and said to Venerable Duan, hit me and see. Venerable Duan. Is retribution coming so quickly? But he didn't dare to disobey, so he had to use 10% of his strength to punch out. In an instant, several strands of icy light shot towards him from the hoodie. Although Venerable Duan dodged, he was somewhat embarrassed because the distance was too close. Of course, even if you don't dodge, you can still block it if you open the spiritual power shield in time. Hall Master Chia couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This hoodie is nothing special in other aspects, but it is quite novel that it can chase the opponent according to the trajectory of their spiritual attack. This pursued method will greatly shorten the attack time and thus improve the attack efficiency. So, I asked Fang Shi how he did it. Fang Shi explained it, and the general meaning was that this effect could be achieved by arranging and combining some array patterns. After listening to this, Hall Master Chia thought to himself that he had originally planned to express dissatisfaction no matter what spiritual weapon Lu Yi forged, and Lu Yi could only stare blankly. No one expected that Venerable Fang would test the spiritual weapon on himself. The news has already spread. If he expresses dissatisfaction, it will probably give people a reason to criticize him. This old guy Fang Xuan is such a jinx. Hall Master Chia cursed Venerable Fang in his heart, and then said, your spiritual weapon is very ingeniously designed. Very good, I am very satisfied. In that case, you don't need to refine King Gangshuan iron and Balian Chansey iron. But if the forging hall needs you, you cannot refuse and must do your best, otherwise I will not let you off easily. Fang Shi smiled and said, Master, don't worry, I will do my best. To be honest, I am also willing to help the forging hall, because this is also a good opportunity for me to learn from you seniors. It's a pity that I am a competitive practitioner, otherwise I would like to join our forging hall. Hall Master Chia nodded and said, in that case, you will assist Venerable Xuanyuan and Venerable Duan for the time being and help them develop the puppets to dismantle the abandoned fairy cloud as soon as possible. Fang Shi agreed readily. Seeing that she was so understanding, Hall Master Chia became more friendly than before. Then, Fang Shi took advantage of the situation. Master, the 5 of us competing for the position of fellow cultivator are staying on Kingshan Island. The round trip takes too long. Could you please make an exception and allocate 5 fairy clouds to us? Hall Master Chia said unhappily, 5. I can only give you 1 at most. Thank you, Master. Hall Master Chia. I've been fooled. This damn girl wanted just 1 flower in the first place. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. Chapter 1938 Exclusive Car. Although Master Chia knew that he had fallen into a trap, he couldn't go back on his word since he had already spoken. So, he asked Venerable Xuanyuan to allocate a fairy cloud to Fang Shi for her exclusive use. Fang Shi originally thought that Hall Master Chia was not a good person, after all, he wanted to treat her like a donkey. But now she felt that Hall Master Chia was emitting the light of humanity. What a nice guy. It turns out that we can't be too one-sided when judging people, we still have to look at them from many perspectives. Hey. The fairy clouds in Changgao Hall are all public, and she is the only one who has a dedicated fairy cloud. If Master Fang knew about this, he would be furious. Fang Shi immediately expressed his determination, praised him a lot, and finally gave the golden bell and iron shirt to Master Chia. The slight unhappiness in Master Chia's heart disappeared. Not only was he no longer angry, he even thought the girl in front of him was very nice. After leaving Hall Master Chia's courtyard, Fang Shi happily followed Venerable Xunyuan to the east warehouse to get a fairy cloud. Reverend Xunyuan said, since the Hall Master said this fairy cloud is for your exclusive use, you should mark it with your spiritual consciousness. When you return it in the future, you can simply erase the spiritual consciousness mark. Fang Shi did as he was told immediately. After leaving the spiritual mark, she suggested going back to Qingshan Island first and coming back tomorrow afternoon. Reverend Xunyuan nodded in agreement. Fang Shi came out of the forging hall, rolled his eyes, and stepped on the fairy cloud to see Master Fang. She also specifically directed the fairy cloud to circle around Venerable Fang several times. Master Fang, thanks to your guidance, the forging hall actually gave me a fairy cloud, and it's for my exclusive use. You are such a good person. After saying that, he walked away. Venerable Fang almost vomited blood again. Lu Yi. Just wait for me. If I can't make you kneel down and cut out or admit your mistake, my surname is not Fang. It was not until noon the next day that Venerable Fang cleared all the filaments from his body. Before he could go find Fang Shi came happily and gave him a burnt chopstick. Master Fang, I don't have any black pencils for women to draw eyebrows. You can just use these chopsticks. It's better than having bald eyebrows. Venerable Fang, #%#%#. He roared, stop talking nonsense. Where are the other 4? Hurry and get ready for class. In fact, Zhang Wen and the others were standing right next to them, but Venerable Fang only had eyes for his enemy Fang Shi at the moment and didn't notice them at all. Venerable Fang gritted his teeth and asked, after returning home yesterday, have you practiced the art of bodybuilding? Seeing Fang Shi and the other 5 nod, he sneered. In that case, let me check if you've been lazy. As he spoke, he summoned a fairy cloud. The 5 of you jump up, and then jump down when you're halfway up. The 5 people from Fang Shi. You don't even act anymore. Flying is prohibited in Changgao Hall. If you fall from midair, won't you be half dead? At least we were on Qingshan Lake last time, so we didn't fall too hard. But seeing that Master Fang's eyes were as red as a monkey's butt, they didn't dare to bargain. Fortunately, Venerable Fang was not so crazy as to want to throw them to death, and only let the fairy cloud rise to a height of about 5 meters. Jump. The 5 people from Fang Shi looked at each other. As a Mahayana cultivator, even if he did not practice the art of bodybuilding, he would not die if he jumped from a height of about 5 meters, but he would just suffer a little pain. The key issue now is how to use the bodybuilding technique to suffer less pain. The 5 of them gathered together to study it, and after working out a strategy, they all jumped down. In addition to practicing their bodybuilding exercises, when they jumped down, all 5 of them, without exception, touched the ground with their toes first, then half-crouched, curled up into a ball, held their heads with their hands, and rolled forward. Although he looked a little disheveled, he was not injured. Venerable Fang felt better when he saw the 5 rolling balls. As soon as Fang Shi and the others stood up, Venerable Fang asked them to step onto the fairy cloud again and then jump down. Let me put it this way, Fang Shi and the others jumped for the entire afternoon, and they even made a hole in the ground. Because of the constant rolling, the 5 people were in a very miserable state. There is no part of my body that doesn't hurt, and my face is swollen. As it was getting dark, Venerable Fang showed no intention of stopping. During the journey, Venerable Duan came to find Fang Shi, and Venerable Fang roared like a wild boar. I'm in charge of the competitive joint training. They're in class right now and don't have time to go to your forging hall. Not only do they have no time today, but they also have no time tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Venerable Duan chattered and left. It's not that he is a coward, but mainly because Venerable Fang is in a violent state at the moment, and Venerable Duan feels that there is no need to argue with a madman. Fang Shi actually had some harmful moves that could make Master Fang stop training, but after jumping a few times, she realized the benefits of the bodybuilding technique. Just jump, just consider it as practice. As for whether she was embarrassed or not, she didn't care at all. Zhang Wen and the other 3 naturally listened to Fang Shi. Seeing that she didn't say anything, they all did as she said. Master Fang was wondering, this little girl Lu Yi usually has a lot of bad intentions, why is she so obedient today? Could it be that his conscience discovered it? In an instant, he felt that this idea was absolutely ridiculous. She has no such thing as a conscience. I guess he's up to something bad again. Thinking of this, Venerable Fang immediately became alert. He thought of more than 100 ways for Fang Shi to harm him, such as jumping down and hitting him, or secretly poisoning him. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Especially after dark, Fang Shi and the others jumped down with their hair disheveled. No matter how you looked at them, they looked like 5 evil spirits. So, he coughed and said, okay, that's all for today, you can go now. Fang Shi said earnestly, Master Fang, it's still early, let's dance 100 more times. Venerable Fang. There must be a demon in the abnormal situation. He guessed right, the damn girl must be planning something bad. So, he gritted his teeth and said, I said I don't want to practice anymore, so I won't practice anymore. Get out of here right now. Fang Shi muttered, if you don't want to practice, then don't practice. Why are you so angry? Reverend Fang, shut up. He is probably ill now. Whenever he hears Fang Shi talking, his head hurts. Fang Shi saw that Master Fang really didn't allow him to practice anymore, so he summoned his exclusive fairy cloud. Only then did Venerable Fang see 8 large characters written on the fairy cloud. My own car, stay away from me. Venerable Fang. In a moment, billowing black smoke emerged from the tail of the fairy cloud, and then it soared into the sky. Reverend Fang, enveloped in black smoke, hash and asterisk percent at hash at percent. Chapter 1939. These days are so fulfilling. After inhaling a bellyful of black smoke, Venerable Fang cursed at Fang Shi and others who were leaving. What baggage of the Venerable? It's gone long ago. To be precise, he had already been cheated by that scoundrel Lu Yi. Although he cursed very hard, Fang Shi didn't hear a word he said. She is cursing the refining furnace right now. Did you secretly eat the ingredients of the fairy cloud? Otherwise, I just carved 8 words on it, why is there black smoke when it takes off? After Fang Shi returned to Qingshan Island yesterday, he originally wanted to modify the fairy cloud to see if he could hide the cabbage mine in the mezzanine. However, Bai Kai Lei was afraid of death. He felt that Fang Zai's current weapon refining level was very unstable, so he let her practice first. In fact, Bai Kai Lei had his own little plan. He thought that if he was hidden in the fairy cloud, wouldn't he become Fang Go's mount? It wants to be the god of thunder in the future, and it can't afford to lose face with this person. As for whether it can be seen from the light or not, is there any difference between hiding it in the auspicious cloud hairpin and hiding it in the fairy cloud? What's more, hiding in the fairy cloud carries the risk of being exposed, so it's not cost-effective no matter how you look at it. Seeing that Bai Kai Lei was unwilling, Fang Shi carved 8 large golden characters on the fairy cloud. My exclusive car, stay away from me. She thinks this is very impressive. Everything was normal when we set out from Qingshan Island this morning, but who knew that a huge cloud of black smoke would be emitted just now? The refining furnace cries out for justice. Although I really want to eat it secretly, I have the desire but not the courage. I swear I have nothing to do with this. Let's say, could it be that this is your own fault? Fang Shi immediately said to Han Dan, haven't you always wanted to do the dirty work? Now it's time to get started. Chaos suddenly became energetic. Ever since I came to Tiang continent, I have been feeling so depressed. This time, there's finally some dirty work to do. So, he howled and called on other spirit pets to add food to the refining furnace. The other spirit pets were fighting in the refining furnace, while Mu Jian was giving it ideological education. The master is our heaven, our god, our father and mother. How dare you speak to your master in that tone? I think you are really tired of living. If it weren't for our master's magnanimity, you would have become a snack for the heaven-swallowing cauldron by now. Also, remember, cheating is a serious sin. If I catch you eating something, I will not only give you a good beating, but also make you spend 10 days in a coffin. The refining furnace became much more obedient after being taught a lesson. First, he cried and apologized to Fang Shi, and then swore again that he really didn't steal the food. Fang Shi finally believed it reluctantly. Since it's not the refining furnace that's stealing, what's the black smoke? The black smoke that appeared when refining the weapon before was because the materials were being purified. Now that the refining is complete, it can't be that it's still being purified, right? When she was confused, Mu Jian comforted her. Master, actually, emitting black smoke has its advantages. After all, among so many fairy clouds, only yours emits black smoke. How special. Besides, this is more in line with your principles. Fang Shi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Being immoral means smoking, and farting means making a detour. Fang Shi was silent for a moment, and let the black and white jade slip lock the wooden sword in the coffin. The locked-up wooden sword couldn't help but sigh. Oh, what a mistake. You're flattering the horse's hoof. Fang Shi was in great pain all over his body due to the bungee jumping, and he also had to review the course of the Lord Slayer, so he temporarily gave up the idea of retraining the fairy cloud. Forget it, just make do with it for now. The 5 people returned to the island, took some healing pills, and hurried to review their lessons. Didn't rest until the second half of the night. I woke up at dawn to go to class. Fang Shi was chewing spiritual fruit on the fairy cloud and sighing, this life is so fulfilling. Commander Lu reminded them, you haven't met the 5 alliance leader candidates yet. Although it's a bit tiring, at least your lives won't be in danger. When you fight them, it will definitely be even harder than it is now. Fang Shi nodded, the days will indeed be more difficult than they are now. They don't have much time left. Commander Lu. In terms of self-confidence, you are definitely far ahead. Open black lens bracket 1 update today, see you tomorrow. Close black lens bracket.